Dr. Banguri is a senior epidemiologist and laboratory expert with African CDC. He is also the leading quality management systems and laboratory leadership. He has more than 19 years of work experience in public health laboratories and public health. He is going to give us an exposition on African CDC capacity building program for quality systems in Africa using the One Health approach. Ladies and gentlemen, can you help me welcome Dr. Banguri on the podium?
Thank you so much. I'm wondering if there's someone who has loaded my presentation. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm so excited about the theme of the week. Great. Whilst the movers of technology are showing me where my things are, but I'm excited that the theme is talking about think research, think quality, think involvement, and building great. So I'm here today representing the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. My name is Dano. Don't pay much attention to what has been said in terms of the 19 years that I've been around. But I think the most important thing today is we, as Africa CDC, we are here because we also want to be involved in terms of quality. We also want to be part of the drive that is coming from NOGUCHI. Yesterday I was also telling people that if I had an option, I'll also add to the theme where you are saying think research, think quality, think involvement, think NOGUCHI, and we should also add think Africa. This is a very noble initiative that NOGUCHI has initiated, and after some serious deliberations in Addis Ababa, we found it worth for us to be part of this movement. This is why the Africa CDC Director General, in his wise counsel, he decided to send me to represent him. So apologies, you would have loved also to be here, but because of other commitments, you could not make it. I'm sure you'd understand the continent has 55 countries, so we have to support and deliver the mandate that we have been given by the heads of states, that is to safeguard the health of the continent. So today, I'm going to give a very short presentation in terms of the Africa CDC's capacity building program for quality management systems in Africa using the One Health approach. So basically, this will be the layout of my presentation, where I will touch on some of those issues. But I thought it would be very important for others who are hearing Africa CDC for the first time to just remind the mandate that has been given to Africa CDC by the heads of states. So what is the vision of the Africa CDC? Is to have a safer, a healthier, integrated and prosperous Africa, in which member states can efficiently prevent disease transmission, implement surveillance and detection, and always be prepared to respond effectively to health threats and outbreaks. And our mission is to strengthen the capacity, capability and partnerships of the Africa's public health institutions to detect and respond quickly and efficiently. So NOGUCHI is one of the centers that we always think of. I recall very well when we had COVID in 2020, the very first case was picked from here. That's the whole essence why we are saying today we need to ensure we do support some of these great institutions that are doing a lot of great work, not only for Ghana, but for the entire continent. So our drive is purely based on science. Yesterday, when I was also asking some of the colleagues, I was told there are close to 1,000 people who are here who are doing research, so that all the decisions that are being made in the continent, they are science-based. All the decisions that are being here, they are science-based. They are data-driven. So we want decisions that all the different policymakers, all the politicians, all the presidents are making, they should be anchored on science. So that's what the drive that Africa CDC has. So I also want maybe to bring to your attention that Africa CDC has a strategic document. If you go to our website, you will find it. That's the strategic document for 2023 to 2027. But I'm not going to go much into it. I'll only pick one of the priorities that in that document is talks of expand clinical and public health laboratory systems and networks. The other priorities, we'll discuss them at some other point. So let me try to zero down on priority number 5, where we are saying we need to expand the clinical and public health laboratory systems and networks, and that's exactly what Noguchi Center is doing today. Why are we doing this? Because we want to support disease surveillance and the early warning systems. We want to ensure timely detection and reporting of the outbreaks, which I think you have been doing a great of this for quite a number of outbreaks that have also occurred here in Ghana, and also to support clinical services. So, what are the priority activities that we are focusing on? As Africa CDC, for the lab systems and networks, we have quite a number, 5 of them, but I will focus mainly on the one that talks of strengthening capacity for the different institutions that we have. I'm not going to be discussing much in terms of infrastructure today, workforce development and so forth, on biosafety and biosecurity. Those are some of the key things that we work on. But our focus today is on quality management systems. But I think it's also important for us to recognize that we do support access to diagnostics. We do support mapping and optimization of laboratory networks, operationalization of the Africa CDC reference laboratory. We have a state-of-the-art reference lab in Addis Ababa that has been recently constructed, and efforts are currently underway to make sure that it becomes operational. And we also do a lot of work in terms of molecular genomics and bioinformatics capacity. I'm excited to say yesterday when I was also doing the tour here, I saw quite a number of equipment and pieces that have also been supported by the Africa CDC as we continue to ensure institutions have the capacity to safeguard the health of the continent. We have a responsibility to ensure that it is done. So today, our focus is on the quality management system. So I want to bring to your attention that we realized sometime in 2019 that our labs are not speaking to each other, be it the animal health side, be it the human health side, be it the environmental side. So we decided to sit down, where we then developed a curriculum for laboratory quality management systems using the One Health approach. We managed to do the piloting of this curriculum in 4 regions. Specifically, the southern, we did that in Zambia. For eastern, it was in Kenya. For central, it was in Congo-Brazzaville. And for West Africa, we did that here in Ghana. I still remember a hotel called Oak Plaza. Yes. So that's where we did the piloting for this training, for this curriculum for lab quality management systems using the One Health approach. We have also managed to train facilitators from quite a number of countries. It's to also recall that we have 2 facilitators that have been trained from Ghana. And we then embarked on an ambitious program where we wanted to do trainings in the different countries, bringing together the animal health side and the human health side. We asked you to do better in terms of the involvement of the environmental component so that the whole package for One Health will be complete. So basically this is just indicating the roadmap that we have followed, the one that I've been explaining in terms of the process that we followed when we were coming up with the Laboratory Quality Management System program using the One Health approach. And we have started the trainings as way back as April 2020 up to date. And the Africa CDC is supporting countries to ensure that those trainings are done. So let me also bring to your attention that after the development of the curriculum, we have managed to train 132 lab experts from animal health and the human health, and we have reached out to 43 countries out of the 55. We are still pushing to ensure that all the 55 countries in Africa are reached, and we then need to ensure all the trainings are cascaded down to the lower level. From the national level, it goes to the regions, counties, it depends with the countries, others call them provinces. We also want the trainings to be done at provincial level, at district level, until we reach the primary level. So these are some of the achievements that we have done as Africa CDC as far as the rolling out of the laboratory quality management systems using the One Health approach. So some of the key achievements that we've also achieved as Africa CDC is quite a number of you may also agree with me that during COVID-19 we had an EQA program that was supporting a number of countries, and we are in the process of expanding this to ensure that it encompasses all the priority diseases that we are targeting for Africa. We have also introduced the EQA for EMRA in partnership with other colleagues and the other institutions that we are working very closely with. And we have also launched a very ambitious program called the Laboratory Leadership Program using the One Health approach. So we should be having our first intake for the Lab Leadership Program for Africa CDC to be a 1-year full-time program that will be headquartered in Addis Ababa. And we are looking forward to see some of the people that are in this room to be part of this Lab Leadership Program. I think it came on board because of the challenge that we also picked during COVID-19 to say we have some gaps. Yes, we know how to do pipetting, but when it comes to supply chain management, we have issues. When it comes to reading balance sheets, we have issues. When it comes to managing human resources, it becomes also a challenge for the lab leaders. When it comes to some of the critical things, grant writing and so forth, we found that there's a gap. So we want to address that gap, and we can address it through the Lab Leadership Program. But what is it that we are also including? So in this Lab Leadership Program, the aspect of the quality management systems is also there. What is the role that we want our lab leaders to play as far as quality management systems is concerned in the continent? So we have also started supporting some of our centers for excellency for the manufacturing of PT panels, which is also very critical for the continent. The reason why we have initiated this process is when we had COVID, we realized at some point we are on our own. The whole world was closed. Flights could not fly from one point to the other. Where we used to get our PT panels, they were not even allowed to ship anything. So we then sat down to say we need to capacitate the continent so that we'll be self-sufficient. We do have the resources, we do have the manpower, so why can't we do that as a continent? If you look very closely, if you go where some of the PT panels are coming, shockingly, you will find out quite a number of Ghanaians are working there. So why can't we empower the different institutions? Why can't we empower NOGUCHI to be able to produce the PT panels so that they can send them to the different labs that are dotted throughout the country? They can send them to the neighboring countries. In case pandemic X strikes again, we will not suffer. Why? Because we will be having our own resources within the country and within the continent. So this is the drive that the Africa CDC is pushing to say we need, for us to be able to safeguard ourselves, for us to be able to safeguard the health of the continent, we should be self-sufficient. So basically, this is just a summary in terms of the different key areas that the Laboratory Leadership Program for Africa CDC will be focusing on. But of importance, it is the quality management aspect that will be touched on this program. But some of the key areas that this lab leadership program will look at: financial management, which we found to be a bit lacking; human resources management, program and project management; issues around disease surveillance, how do you also support during a pandemic or during an outbreak; communication management, research and development, and also issues around strategic leadership. So, best of luck for those that will be part of the very first cohort for Africa CDC. We will look forward to this, which we do believe it will be a game changer for the continent and quite a number of other countries. So I picked some of the few pictures that I thought, let me just throw them so that, yes, if you look at the central picture there, it's me and that's Dr. Ignatius. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, I think it's the director for, you call it Allied Health here, right? Yes, so during the official opening of the rollout program for the lab quality management systems using the One Health approach for West Africa, the one that we did at Oak Plaza, right? So we are then in the process to say, let's now then roll out this and ensure all the different corners of the countries and the continent are fully covered. So let me just quickly move on to some of the major challenges that we have seen. While we have a very wonderful program, but there could also be some challenges, which I think it's important for me to mention them, but that will not stop us from rolling out the program. Yes, the funds will not be enough. We have managed to pilot in 4 regions of the continent. We have 5 regions for the continent, so we haven't managed to do piloting in Northern Africa, but we are looking forward to be doing that this year. We have also received requests from countries. We have supported some. We are yet also to support some of the countries, but we will still continue to push to ensure that we look for additional resources for us to be able to support the different countries. The other issue that we have also noted in some of the countries is that the One Health approach, some of the countries, they haven't transitioned. They are still working as human health on their own, the animal health on their own, the environment on their own. So we are also advocating to say we truly need to ensure that the One Health approach is fully implemented in the different countries so that we will fully benefit. Surely COVID was a wake-up. Why? Because in some countries, the very first cases were picked from the animal health labs. So why not work together? Why not benefit from the different pieces of equipment that are dotted in the different labs and make maximum utilization of the same resources? The normal saline that you use in the animal health is the same normal saline that you use the other side. The pipettes that you use from the others is the same. And shockingly, in some of the places, you would find test kits expiring in the animal health side, yet the human health side, they have them. But they could not just share. They are only separated by a road. So we need to talk to each other. To be honest, I still recall when we were doing one of the trainings, I will not mention the country, they are from the same country. The other one is from the other side of the road, but they were meeting for the first time. for the 15 years or so that they have been working. And the colleagues, no, you mean this thing? Yes, we have it. Oh, this ISO. Oh, so what is the difference? It's just a few words. So we need to do better as a continent. We need to make maximum utilization of the resources that we have for the benefit of the continent. So as Africa CDC, will continue to push and ensure that our labs are speaking to each other. We must have a network. We should be able to talk to each other. We should be able to have a WhatsApp group. We will be asking to say, do you have this? Or we have this issue from this side. How best can we assist each other? So that's the whole essence why all of us were here. Right? So what are our strategic priorities is Africa CDC, which I thought may be of importance for this meeting today. The very first one is we will continue to roll out the quality management system training using the One Health approach. And Africa CDC is ready to support not only Ghana as a country, but we can also support working with some of the colleagues that I was having discussions with from NOGUCHI. There's a great work that you are doing, but we also need other countries to benefit from the great work that NOGUCHI is doing. We also need to train lab experts on the developed One Health lab quality management systems. We need also to incorporate this curriculum into some of pre-service courses. So from next month, we'll also be having a discussion with the training institutions to say how best can we incorporate this into the training or teaching universities so that it becomes part of their culture. By the time you are graduating, this word One Health will be part of you, not for you to wait until you come here and then someone will come and say, do you know what about One Health? No, we want this to be our culture from the training institutions. So we will be inviting training institutions for a frank discussion to say how best can we incorporate lab quality management systems using the One Health approach so that it becomes part of the training for the young scientists that will be coming. So we'll also be facilitating implementers training on the new ISO 1518, the new version, the 2022. We do understand there are some institutions that have been accredited, but they need to transit. We, as Africa CDC, we are also supporting in terms of that, where we are also sending some of our experts to be able to support the different countries. And also the revision of the SLIPTA checklist, this has been done. We worked with the Africa Society for Laboratory Medicine, and we are looking forward to say we need to use this. So we will also be supporting issues around auditors trainings. But let me also maybe bring to your attention to say one of the key things that we recognized last year was the cost that are being charged by accrediting bodies is very high. And I had a meeting with them in South Africa, in Cape Town last year in December. So I asked them, so where exactly? Why are the costs this high? Because it's a hindrance to quite a number of institutions. And they told me 60% of our cost is associated with the different assessors that they are using because they have to move them from one country to the other and so forth. So I then made a suggestion to say, end of this month, this coming month, in March, we are going to facilitate the training of assessors. On behalf of Africa CDC will fund the training of the assessors and make sure that at least each country will have a minimum of 2 that are stationed within the country. So that when the accrediting bodies are telling us 60%, we'll say, but remember, we have one that is stationed at NOGUCHI, we have another one that is stationed at this other place. Can we make use of them so that we reduce the cost? So we are having the very first training the last week of March to the first week of April, because the training will be for 2 weeks. And then we'll also make sure all the different regions are fully covered and each and every country is fully covered, so that we reduce the cost, and then more labs should be able to participate. And then we'll also still continue to have discussions with some of the accrediting bodies to see how best the cost can be reduced so that we have more labs that would participate. So let me conclude by highlighting some of the areas that we are also focusing. The very first one is around calibration, where we need to support countries, probably support NOGUCHI and other places to set up in-country calibration centers and ensure they are accredited. So the reason why we want to support calibration centers is because we have also seen there's a lot of money that is involved. You are told the person who can only do this is in South Africa or is in Nigeria. And sometimes as NOGUCHI, you don't have the resources to do that. But why not capacitate someone who is here? Why not have a center that does calibration within the country so that we do support the different labs that are in the country? So the issue of mentorship, where we are saying we need to also to support training of in-house mentors for program sustainability, support coordination of mentorship activities. We are also supporting the establishment of local EQA schemes using the staff training, panel production, distribution, and data analysis. So this is very critical for us because if we do produce our panels locally, we save a lot of foreign currency that we are supposed to use for other critical things. So this is one area that Africa CDC will be supporting. We shall be having an assessment visits to, and Ghana is also part of that, where we would send our teams in April for them to be able to do an assessment and find out what kind of support is required, and then we'll support those institutions accordingly. Then we have also realized the issue around lab supplies, where we are saying we need to support procurement of lab supplies and equipment to enhance QMS implementation. Why am I saying this? What we have also realized when you look at all the 55 countries that we have in the continent, this one has a piece of equipment from this country, this other one from the other country, and so forth. When it comes to people who do the servicing, we struggle. So why can't we sit down as countries and agree to say, when it comes to this, we'll get this piece of equipment from this, the service will be done locally by this company. That would also save a lot of foreign currency. So as Africa CDC, I think if you have looked at the genomic side, I think we have tried. We've agreed with some of the key suppliers for equipment for genomics to say, this is the bare minimum that we expect. And in terms of ensuring the pieces of equipment we have are properly saved, should be the approach. So we are also looking into that, and Africa CDC has been also supporting quite a number of countries in terms of some of the supplies that they require, particularly for the priority diseases. When we have outbreaks, I think we've done that for COVID, we've done that for yellow fever, we've done that for Ebola, we've done that for Mpox of late, and so forth. And we are also supporting quite a number of countries on cholera and so forth. So this will also be a drive where we are pushing at the highest level. We also want to bring this to the attention of the presidents to say, can we increase the budget for lab supplies? If you look very closely, for the entire continent, about 2% of the national budget goes towards diagnostics, which is, in my view, very low. We need that to be pushed a little bit high so that we'll be able maybe to have adequate supplies in the labs. Then we have also noted a very important key. I haven't seen, they call it load shedding in some countries. I'm not too sure here in Ghana. I visited a certain country. When I was checking in at the hotel, they say, do you know load shedding? I deliberately said, no, I don't know load shedding. And then the person tried to explain to me, no, you have electricity from 8 to 10. From 10 to the following day, you won't be having electricity. But having such a scenario, the freezers that I saw yesterday here at NOGUCHI, the ones at minus 80, the ones at minus 20, they don't know that there's anything called load shedding. The samples that we are keeping, they have no idea about load shedding. But if we don't take care of that component, all the items that we are storing here will go bad. So what is it that we need to do? So as Africa CDC, we are saying we need to have a plan in terms of backup systems that will then help some of the key institutions that are driving the agenda for safeguarding the health of the continent. If it means having solar systems, I see JICA is here. If it means having a solar system everywhere here, let it be so. So that when they do the so-called load shedding, we'll still continue to have our power. That would then be able to support the different materials or different supplies that we are keeping within the institution. So, last but not least, we, as Africa CDC, we are saying we need to have a community of practice. It is my wish, and I've said it very clear yesterday, that it is my wish that we will say it started at Noguchi, where we have a quality week. Why can't we have it as not just for Noguchi, not just for Ghana, but a 1 week, a quality week for Africa, where we then say the idea started at Noguchi, and then the entire continent is now talking about quality. It doesn't help us if it's only Noguchi that is talking about it. We want the whole continent to talk, practice, eat, sneeze, quality. If we do that, remember, if you ask, I was asking some people, I traveled from Addis Ababa. My brother here traveled from, Craig traveled from Zambia. I saw some other colleagues, they traveled from Japan. So within 24 hours, right, the whole continent is here, right? So when they are coming here, we want quality. When they are going, we want quality. So this is the drive that we should have as a continent. But it has to start somewhere. So it is my prayer when I go back, I also appraise the Africa CDC leadership to say, what I saw at Noguchi, it doesn't deserve to be just for Noguchi. It deserves to be for the entire continent. There is no way we would safeguard the health of the continent if we are not talking about quality on a day-to-day basis. So I can promise you, without doubt, that as long as I'm still walking around, I will still push to have a quality week for Africa, where we will then say it started from Noguchi. So for us to be able to achieve this, we need to ensure that we are talking to our accrediting bodies. We need to have a network where we are talking to the accrediting bodies. We need to ensure all our labs are talking to each other, the different standard bodies that we have, the ministries of health, ministries of agriculture, ministry of animal health, ministries of wildlife, ministry of environment. We need to be talking to each other. We need a platform where we'll be discussing issues around quality. Of importance is knowledge sharing. Yesterday we had an amazing discussions with some of your quality managers here, and the experience that we're also getting from, we had colleagues from Zambia, we had colleagues from Nigeria, and so when people were discussing, you could relate to say, it looks like the problem that we have here is the same as the one that was probably experienced in Nigeria some 15 years, and they solved in this way. So why then should we struggle? But for us to be able to solve that, we then need to be sharing experiences. Let's share notes. Let's share notes. But one easier way of also sharing notes, besides us gathering during Africa, the Africa Quality Week, which will be coming in future, is let's also publish some of the work that we are doing so that we'll be able to share. I saw a number of researchers that are here. So let's continue to, this is the experience that is coming from Zambia, this is the experience coming from Ghana, this is the experience that is coming from this other country. So when we do that, at the end of the day, we won't be having any challenges. There's so many S's that I heard yesterday, our colleagues from Japan and so forth sharing here. I saw some nice pictures in some of the labs. I remember we went to nutrition. They acknowledged it was a mess. But when I walked in, I said, wow, if the entire continent is like what I saw at the nutrition office down there, then we are a better people. So no one will come and ensure things are well for us. It is us. And the heads of states have done their part. The heads of states have mandated the Africa Centers for Disease Control to safeguard the health of the continent. But that can only happen if we take all these issues that we are discussing during this quality work into practice. Let's go and do our part, but we have to make sure all the results that are coming from the lab are things that can be used for safeguarding the health of the continent. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and I truly appreciate on behalf of Africa CDC. We look forward to work together. We look forward to engage and ensure we drive the issue around quality as one family. And we look forward to ensure that everyone in Africa should think research, everyone in Africa should think quality, and everyone in Africa needs to be involved, and we need to be building equality systems together. Yes, there could be borders, but I think it's high time that quality doesn't know any border. It was not part of those that were dividing our continent, right? So let's drive the issue of quality together, and let's enjoy quality as a continent. Thank you.
Let's do it well for him. Please, let's do it better. Thank you very much, Doug. At this point, to open the floor for 2 questions. Okay. 2 questions. Yes, please. Professor Boni.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bang, for a very interesting and elaborate lecture. My interest is in the laboratory leadership program that you talked about. I can see that it was part of your achievement, even though it seems that you are now about to roll it out. I just want a little clarification. Those who will be selected for that program, are they going to be trained on the different areas that you displayed in your, or they are going to, are they going to be trained to train others? Or they are going to be trained for them to be sent around to different African countries for different missions? Thank you.
Okay. Before we take the next question, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our director, Professor Mrs. Dorothy Yeboaminu. Thank you, Director, for being with us. Okay, please, we'll take the next question before we receive the answers from Doc. Any other? Okay.
Thank you so much, and indeed a great question. So for the lab leadership program, the very first thing is this will be a permanent feature for Africa CDC. It will be every year, just like what universities are doing, where you are training people. So we shall be training lab leaders for this laboratory leadership as long as the Africa CDC is in existence. It's not only the lab leadership program, but if you also go to our website, you will realize there is also the epidemiology track that has been launched, and also there's the public health informatics track that has also been launched. The whole idea is because of the different gaps that we have seen. This will be a one-year program, full-time. The lab leaders that we are targeting is at least those that at national level, the mid to managers and going up. But what we are also looking forward to is for us to be able to increase the number of people that will be trained, because the continent is big. We want the trainings also to be decentralized. By decentralization, I mean, if you look at the model for operation for Africa CDC, it operates from 5 regions. We call them regional collaborating centers. So we have 5 of them throughout the continent. For West Africa, it is based in Abuja, Nigeria. For Central, it's Libreville, Gabon. For East, it is Nairobi, Kenya. For Southern, it is Lusaka, Zambia. For North, it is Cairo in Egypt. So the thinking is, if we decentralize, what that would mean is we will have 6 centers that are training. That will also boost in terms of the number of lab leaders. Remember, we are targeting the higher ones, right? So probably for Ghana, if we train 5, I'm sure things will move well as a country. I'm just picking as an example. But at the same time, we are also having some discussions to say, can we also not identify some of the universities that would want to incorporate this kind of lab leadership training program, because it addresses specific needs that are key to the continent. We reviewed quite a number of lab leadership programs that are available internationally and so forth. But then we sat down with the different lab leaders that we consulted throughout the different countries to say what are the key gaps that we have that are unique to Africa. So those are the things that we want to address and ensure that we do manage our labs, and they will do support the initiative of safeguarding the health of the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. So next on our item is an exhibition. The Institute is going to exhibit best practices in some laboratories. And we have 3 laboratories to showcase the best practices they've been having. And we are going to vote, and then the best practice will be adjudged the winner. So to do this for us today, we have 3 judges to help us vote. So we have Dr. Bangui as one of our judges, and then we also have Flight Lieutenant Kihendi Moriti, and then we have Miss Wadem Gomez. By way of introduction, let me give a little brief about these 3 judges. Ladies first, so let me start from the lady. So Miss Wadem is a program specialist with the health section of JICA Ghana office, and she has a background in biotechnology and public health. Flight Lieutenant Moroti is a trained internal auditor of ISO 15189 at the 37 Military Hospital, and he is part of the hospital quality system team. And then Dr. Bangui is a senior epidemiologist and laboratory expert with Africa CDC, and he's a leading quality management systems and laboratory leadership training. and he has over 19 years of work experience in public health laboratories and public health. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our judges for today. So the first department to give us a presentation is Virology. And we invite Mr. Yao Adolabi.
Please, I need help here.
Which one is it?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Giftimali Sapon, and I'm representing the Virology department. And we are here to share with you some best practices that we did in attaining a 3-star. I have good news today. The Virology department in 2018 had nothing to show or nothing to prove. But now we, through the SLEPTA checklist, have a 3-star. We are a 3-star lab. What do you say to us? I think we deserve a clap of thanks. So, by way of introduction, I would like to introduce you to quality, which I know most of us are abreast with. Quality is achieved when an organization activities are coordinated, directed, and controlled. And for this to be achieved, you need everyone's involvement. Quality needs everyone's involvement, starting from the leadership to the least person, if I may put it, in the department. And to assure quality, all aspects of lab procedures and operations needs to be addressed. So in the spirit of this, the laboratory department in 2018, since 2018, has been working towards ISO 15189 accreditation. Let me just give you a brief background of this. For audit scores, I made mention of 3 stars. Someone may be wondering, what is 3 stars? For audit scores, any score below or percentage below 55 is scored as 0, and it goes through to 5 stars, which is above 95%. So we having 3 stars means that we have a score between 75 and 84. I think we deserve a clap offering here too. So there was a baseline audit in 2018. There was a baseline audit. We, through WAHO, that's West Africa Health Organization, helped us using the SLEPTA checklist to assess our line, our processes. And with this, we had a 0 star. Yes, that is a big O. We had a 0 star, and in 2020, as you could see, there wasn't any audits because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And for 2022 in March, we gathered all our information. And in here, in fact, we were ready for a star. But unfortunately, we had a 0 star again. It didn't bother us much. With our quality manager and our head of department spearheading this, we also went in 2022. And here, I can say that we had a 1 star. Yes, yes, yes. We started getting the stars. And I'm happy to inform you that January 2024, the Virology department was awarded 3 stars by the WAHO using the SLEPTA checklist. So, these were some of the quality system essentials that were assessed during the processes. And pardon me, maybe you can't see well, but the blue is for January 2024. You could see that all the essentials with the blue color had higher score than the other years. When we started this journey, we had no organogram. The laboratory, the virology department couldn't boast of any organogram. But with the help of the Institute Quality Management Office, in fact, they have been spearheading this. They have assisted us with the help of the director and her subordinates. They have been involved with this. And now we can boast of an organogram for the virology department. Also, for personnel management, we had to tackle these essentials. We had to tackle competency assessment. For now, we can say that when you enter the virology department, any staff working on a particular process has been assessed, and this is documented on his or her file before you can handle something. Their responsibilities have been aligned, and I would invite you to visit our department one of these days. Just go through one of our files, and you'll see how beautiful it looks. All these have been well arranged in there, and job opportunities, including all the other things I've mentioned here, are well organized in our personnel file. For documents and records, through the help of the quality management system, we have been able to control all our documents. When you pick our SOPs, they are up to standards. And these SOPs outlines all the procedures that we have in the various protocols that we use. And also our documents are well filed and they can easily be retrieved. For assessment, there have been a series of assessments. For sample quality, we do quality indicators. That is running all our samples with controls. And these controls are reviewed during our technical meetings, weekly technical meetings. And let me also make mention of this, that the virology department for every 2 weeks have a QMS meeting. And here we deliberate on all the issues regarding QMS. This shows how passionate the department is in acquiring accreditation. And also there have been some audits with the help of the Institute, internal audits. This has been done, and all our non-conformities have been addressed. Management reviews, there have been a yearly management review for the virology department. And in here, we even invite the director and the Institute administrator. The quality office goes with us to go through the non-conformities that were given by the Wahoo audit, and we do our best to address all these ones. We also go for external quality assessment, and EQAP, here I would like to say that since we started this, we started assessment even before this accreditation journey, and we can boast of 100% throughout, even from 2015 up till now. I think we deserve a louder clap, yes. And our provider has been the WHO, and we would like to say a very big thank you for their continual support for our external assessment. For process controls, I mentioned that we always go with a positive control for our sample processing. And you don't just use the positive control. These are really assessed during our meetings. We use the LJ graphs, and this is a picture there. And also, all our methods are being validated and verified. Sample management records, everything is done under the virology department. With our efficient equipment officer, all our equipment have been calibrated. Those that need to be verified has been done, and everything is in place. You see all these notices. These were pictures that we took from our lab. And that's our equipment officer there doing some installations for us. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the improved quality process over the years can mainly be attributed to staff engagement and involvement. We would like to inform all of us here that if you would want to take this journey with us, you need staff involvement, you need management involvement. And when this is assured, you are sure of getting your stars and heading towards your accreditation. We say that quality is eternal process, so we are not relaxing, and everyone's also responsibility. We are saying that we should think research. We are joining NOGUCHI to say this, and I want you to join me, say it. Think research, think quality, think involvement. And before I before I conclude,
Now think Africa.
now, yes, so we are taking it again. Think research, think quality, think involvement, think Africa. And we would like to say a very big thank you to the leadership of NOGUCHI. In fact, they have been really supportive. And also say a very big thank you to Dr. Susan and her team. She's been with us from day one, Dr. Charles Quay, and all others who have really helped us. And also to our quality manager, Dr. Mrs. Yaira Bonnie and her team, and our HOD, and all the fellows and staff of Virology, and Wahoo also. Anybody who has helped that, we say thank you for taking us through this journey. Thank you. And please.
What did you do?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sabo.
It took us 5 more years to move from a 0-star lab to a 3-star lab. This would have been shorter if incidents like this were avoided.
3 stars. How did you do it?
Remember when we started? Yes. Although our department was renowned because of our contribution to the field of virology, earning us the respect and admiration from our peers. But we still lack proper processes and controls. Non-conformities were a common occurrence. So, our organization and personnel management needed development.
But we never settled for mediocrity. We addressed those non-conformities head on. Eventually, we were able to move from a 0-star laboratory to a 3-star laboratory.
I'm curious, how do you manage to achieve this great feat? We have to conduct thorough audits of our existing systems and identify areas for improvement. In 2019, West African Health Organization conducted a baseline audit using the Slater checklist, assigning laboratories a star level based on their performance in 12 quality system essentials. The department received a 0-star rating after the baseline assessment, despite management's effort to address highlighted non-conformities. The laboratory management implemented a quality improvement plan, overseeing document development, people management, process control, internal audit, external evaluation, equipment management, with progress reports provided during quality team meetings.
We realized that effective organization and personnel management were crucial for success. We invested in training programs, ensuring that everyone had the necessary skills and knowledge to excel in their roles.
Really? That's incredible. Yes, it's been a lot of hard work. And it was very rewarding when we moved from 1 to 3 stars. We achieved these 3 stars when almost 70% of the non-conformities identified in the last audit were addressed.
I can't believe I got to be part of this incredible team. I mean, even in football, virus fights are supreme.
So what's next for us? The 3-star rating implies that the department has made a notable improvement. Hence, we are ready for international accreditation.
The journey doesn't end here. We will continue to address non-conformities, maintain strong process controls, evaluate and audit our systems, manage our organization and personnel effectively, and ensure proper document management. This will help us stay at the top and even make greater strides at releasing accurate, timely, and reliable results.
Think research, think quality, think involvement. We are Virology.
Hello. The young ones will say pressure. Okay. So it's time for questions. The questions are not only directed to her, but it is directed to the whole department. So anybody from the department can answer. So please, the floor is open for questions. 2 questions, please. No questions. Okay. The next department to do the exhibition is Bacteriology. Bacteriology.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Echama Aintree. I'm a laboratory technologist with the Bacteriology department, and I'm here to share on behalf of Bacteriology our best practice. So what we did was to apply the 5S Kaizen principle to improve safety and specimen management in the department. This is our outline. We have our introduction, how we went about what we did, our results, and conclusion. So to our introduction, the background of applying the 5S Kaizen principle to improve safety and specimen management. The Bacteriology department, inspired and led by our head of department, Professor Anthony Ablode, and our quality manager, Dr. Ajoa Asanti-Poku, embarked on a journey to improve safety and specimen management in the laboratories and storage spaces within the department. This came about as a result of complaints that were received and non-conformities that were reported due to disorderliness in our laboratories and storage spaces. This was a problem because as we had storage spaces that were not well organized, it was leading to misplaced materials, reagents, and equipment. Also, it affected our efficiency and it posed safety hazards to us because the materials that were supposed to be used for our work was now causing harm to us and posing risks such as physical hazards and other hazards. Overall, the poorly organized workspace affected our efficiency, effectiveness, and safety. Also, this disorderliness is a non-conformance to the ISO 15189 2022 standard, specifically clause 6.3 that talks about the facilities and environmental conditions, subclause 6.3.1, stating that the laboratory space should be suitable for all laboratory work and should not adversely affect laboratory users, visitors, and personnel. That is why we decided to tackle this. So our aim was to improve safety of the personnel and then specimen management to reduce the non-conforming events within the bacteriology department. This is our methodology. We used the 5S Kaizen principle. Why did we choose to use this? Because this is an appropriate method to organize shared workspaces. Also, the Kaizen principles has importance, such as it helps enforce teamwork. At the end of this, everybody was able to pick up some experiences that they could use on their own in other spaces. The Kaizen principle is also widely used and is widely applicable in our labs, so we decided to use this. Also, this method is results-oriented. As you go through it, you are able to measure your results at the end of it. Also, it helps improve efficiency by ensuring orderliness and good organization. We started this by sensitizing our staff. We developed an action plan, communicated the action plan to the staff, and educated the staff on the 5S principles. Our quality coordinator trained all staff within the department on this 5S before we started. After this, we grouped all staff within the department from top management into groups for the activities. So I have here the action plan we used in going about our work to the 5S Kaizen principle. The first one, so when we talk about 5S, we are talking about sort, set, shine, standardize, and sustain. So to the first S, which is sorting. The main aim of this S is to eliminate all unnecessary items from the workspaces. So we did this by categorizing all items within our workspaces into necessary, unnecessary, and maybe necessary or not necessary. How did we do this? We looked at the frequency of use of these items within the laboratories and how often they are used or how relevant they are to the processes that are being conducted in the department. To set, this S aims to eliminate unnecessary motion to reduce time wastage. This S also looks at creating a space that is visually appealing, not just that. It has 3 philosophies. It uses 1, to make items easily accessible, to make it easy to put items back, and to make it easy to see an item when you are looking for it. So under this S, these are the steps that we took. All necessary items were arranged orderly. The storage spaces were allocated for necessary items. Storage spaces were labeled and spaces were demarcated. Inventory sheets were created for the items in the storage spaces. So I have here a picture. I mentioned earlier that we involved everybody from top management. So we have here our head of department, Professor Anthony Ablode, actively involved in the 5S process. So these are pictures from the sorting process. To the next one, the setting. The setting, as I mentioned, included labeling and zoning. So in the first picture, we have our cabinets that have been labeled. In the second picture, we see the demarcations or the zoning of our lab spaces. To shine, the aim of this S is to ensure that there is no dust or dirt within the workspace. So what we did to achieve this S is to clean all surfaces and spaces, our floors, our windows, our walls, and our benches, as well as our equipment. The next S, to standardize. We developed a routine monthly cleaning schedule for all the workspaces. And sustain. This S aims to maintain the first four S's, which are to sort, to set, to shine, and to standardize through empowerment, through discipline. So this S looks at progress monitoring by representatives of various laboratories and office spaces, and then rewarding of best laboratory on 5S activities. So we have pictures here drawing our shine process, staff within the department cleaning surfaces. This is also a picture of the shine process. This image we have here is the standardized routine cleaning schedule for all staff. Here are our results to show what we did. So on the left, we have the before, and the right, we have the after. So the difference between these two pictures is that before, we hadn't labeled the cabinets. So there's a labeling on the shelves now to indicate what can be placed there. We have here the second picture, before, and then the after. Expired reagents in one of the cabinets. So during the sorting stage, we removed all unnecessary items. We deemed them unnecessary and removed them. So this is the after of the cabinet now. These are also pictures from one of our laboratories. We zoned the equipment spaces and moved the equipment closer to each other. Next to it is a picture of our storage space, our store 3 in the bacteriology department. All these items were placed and left there, which was causing physical harm to us, risk of molds and other hazards. So that is the after of it. Also here are images of the lab space after 5S implementation. This is also an image after the 5S implementation. This is specifically store 6 of the bacteriology department. We have here also before and after image of a storage space. So before, the items were stored in boxes and left just like that. But using the 5S Kaizen approach, we decided to use plastic containers and to arrange them. These plastic containers are mold resistant, so we got rid of the molds that were in our stores, orderly arranged our stuff. In conclusion, the implementation of the 5S Kaizen principle has seen the laboratory and storage spaces in the department move from messy to super clean and well-organized areas. It has improved efficiency, that is reducing time wastage and resource wastage, creating a safer workplace, and enhanced our productivity overall. Thank you.
So watch a short video from Bacteriology as well.
The Bacteriology Department, inspired by the head of department, Professor Anthony Abrordi, the quality manager, Dr. Abua Asantepoku, and the entire members of the DQM team, has embarked on a journey of applying the 5S Kaizen principles to improve safety and specimen management in laboratories and storage spaces towards reducing NCEs. The 5S principle has been implemented to create an organized, efficient, and visually appealing workspace. With the participation of staff, they started by removing unnecessary items and arranging necessary items in an orderly manner while maintaining cleanliness and applying visual cues to enhance workflow. The implementation of the 5S principles has seen the laboratories and storage areas change from messy areas to super clean and well-organized areas. They are currently working to ensure that the first 4S are part of their routine work. They have taken several steps in the 5S activities, such as designating cabinets for only documents, which were labeled for easy accessibility and replacement, demarcating equipment placements to minimize accidents, demarcating sample receipt areas and clean areas to minimize cross-contamination, demarcating hand and emergency eye wash areas. The head of department, assisted by the quality coordinators, has championed this journey and has been involved in every aspect from sorting, to setting, to shining to implementing quality standards. The department is convinced that this will be sustained and all its members are in full support. It is not surprising that the department came up as the first runner-up in the main 5S implementation in the entire institute. Expired reagents were separated, boxed, and labeled as expired, freeing up more storage space for reagents and specimens. Inventories were created in each storage cabinet, enabling easy tracking of reagents and consumables for more efficient use of time and increased productivity. The media room and store 3, which hitherto had been flagged as having major NCEs resulting from all internal and external audits, are both now enviable rooms worth visiting. You scarcely find boxes scattered around, and now only find neatly arranged cabinets and storage spaces. Store 6, just like many other storage and laboratory spaces that have been battling mold infestation, has now been cleared of any speck of mold after implementing the 5S Kaizen principles. Overall, the Bacteriology Department's 5S journey has been a success, resulting in a safer, more efficient, and productive workspace for all staff. Their dedication and commitment to excellence in their workplace is truly inspiring and worth emulating.
More pressure for us. Yes, 2 questions for Bacteriology, please. And it's not addressed to her only, but any member of the department can answer. 2 questions.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Bacteriology. Well done for the organization. I think your spatial organization is commendable.
Thank you.
Let me find out. May I know when you started initiating your QMS practice? I think Virology gave us an indication that it started somewhere 2018, and out to 2022, they have a 3-star. May I know if you also started your QMS practice within the same year? You didn't give us an indication of that. I'll be so much grateful to know. And also whether you've conducted any audits since you started your QMS journey. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Please, I would answer the second and ask anyone from the department to the seniors in the department to answer the first. So for the second, the audits, yes, we have done a number of audits. I joined the department in 2021, and since I joined, every year, even quarterly, we do have audits in the department. To the first question, please, anyone from the department, when did QMS start in bacteriology?
Yes, because I think to be fair, for us to have a fair idea. Yeah, because the timing. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The bacteriology department also, we are part of a lot of QMS. For example, Virology, we are part of the WHO Virology network, and so we do yearly EQA. We also do EQA for tuberculosis. We do for AMR, and like Virology said, we also score very high marks, like 100%. We started our quality management in 2016. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. I'm so much grateful.
So I think they can answer the 2 questions.
No, he asked
only one. Any other, please? Any other question? Okay, thank you very much. Let's give it to her, please. The next department is epidemiology.
Hello, everyone. Good morning once again. So I'm Nanapa Innocent, and a little disclaimer, our original presenter called in sick this morning, so I'm going to do my best as face of quality, since I belong to the Department of Epidemiology, to help them out. What are best practices? We define them as the commercial or professional procedures that we employ because we think they are accepted or prescribed as being most correct or most effective for the processes that we run in our department. In the Department of Epidemiology, the Clinical Trials Unit houses the Clinical Safety Laboratory, and this is focused on the clinical safety laboratory because that's where our video was focused. In the clinical safety lab, we run tests for participants in clinical trials in clinical trials, and also run routine tests for staff in the institute. And we also have clients that are external to the institute that come and run their tests here. The lab ensures that the best practices are used in all our processes. And as I said, our highlight for today is on the hematology process that is run in the clinical trials lab. So the first thing we do is sample collection. And over here, we follow standard operating procedures and safety protocols. And we make sure that the appropriate tubes, proper venipuncture techniques, and patient identification processes are followed. We confirm the details on the request form and explain the process to the client. Now, you want to ensure that the form you are using corresponds to the person sitting in front of you. You'd ask for their name, like you verify maybe their age, their sex, just to be sure that you are not going to mismatch a label to a sample. Then, for our waste disposal, we have sharp boxes, and we also use color-coded waste bags to segregate our waste materials. So this is our This is for non-infectious waste, and according to what we use in NOGUCHI and what is accepted worldwide, the non-infectious waste bins are lined with black rubber bags. The infectious waste bags are lined with yellow. And then this is our sharp box. Now, sample processing. We use guidelines for sample handling to maintain our sample integrity. We do this in order to avoid hemolysis. We also adhere to requirements for sample transportation, paying attention to temperature control and packaging, essentially for samples that are coming from our external clients. Samples are accepted or rejected based on the sample rejection and acceptance criteria outlined in the SOP. We also ensure that proper labeling and documentation of samples are adhered to. Then we move on to method validation and quality control. We undergo selection and validation of hematology analyzers and methods. We ensure that calibration and quality control procedures are adhered to. We always verify that the analyzer has a good performance and gives accurate results. The frequency and types of quality control are done daily, on a lot-to-lot basis, and on a shift basis. We also ensure that the quality control data is documented and interpreted. In reporting of results, we adhere to guidelines for result reporting, and we ensure that there's accuracy, precision, and reference intervals. Okay. So for sample disposal and storage, we ensure that all biological samples are autoclaved before disposal. And for short-term storage, the samples are stored in the refrigerator at 4 degrees Celsius. And for long-term storage, they are stored at minus 20 degrees Celsius in the freezer for long-term storage. And temperatures are recorded twice in a day. This is also in accordance with our quality processes. So this is a figure of our samples in the fridge and a temperature chart. We undergo continuous monitoring, evaluation, and improvement of processes to ensure that our clients always get the top-notch results that they require. We utilize data analysis tools to identify trends and areas for improvement. And then we implement CAPA anytime we realize that some NCEs have occurred to improve the process. Under proficiency testing, we have an EQA that we undergo with the College of American Pathologists. The clinical safety lab is enrolled in this program and it's carried out yearly. The advantages are that it ensures that the lab meets rigorous standards for quality management, personnel qualifications, and instrument calibration, enhancing credibility in our results and trust from our patients. This also enhances our reputation, operational efficiency, and regulatory compliance, and supports laboratories in developing accurate and reliable laboratory services. On the whole, this puts Noguchi in a good light. This is a figure showing our CAP files from 2021 to 2024. Thank you very much.
More pressure. So we'll still watch a short video from epidemiology.
Department. Come with me to the Clinical Trials Unit, which houses the Safety Lab. We are going to take you through our hematology process, where we ensure that we adhere to best practices.
Welcome to the Clinical Safety Lab. My name is
For sample collection, the patient's name is confirmed in comparison with the request form. The procedure is explained to the patient. With appropriate techniques and precautions, the sample is taken into the right tubes and labeled. All shelves are disposed of, and infectious and non-infectious waste are disposed into the prescribed bins. The sample is then transported to the lab for analysis. Samples are received and processed at the lab by the criteria for sample receipt or rejection spelled out in the sample collection, handling and storage SOP to accept or reject samples. Accepted samples are cross-checked by the receiving technologist with their accompanying lab request form to ensure they conform or tally, and then the request information is logged into the sample receipt book. Samples are segregated into whole blood and serum samples.
We go here and enter the patient.
Sample storage. All whole blood samples are stored at a temperature of 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. Serum samples are stored at minus 20 degrees Celsius. Temperatures are monitored twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. Sample disposal. All biological samples or infectious substances are autoclaved before disposal. Proficiency testing. The Clinical Safety Lab is enrolled with the College of American Pathologists for its quality assessment program. Annually, samples are received from this institution to assess or evaluate the laboratory performance and efficiency with respect to accuracy and reliability of our results or data.
This is the lab in enrolled with the College of American Pathology at that hub. So we send our samples 3 times a year
analyze the extended level of cognitive actions to see how the lab is performing. And there's some indications of that. That will indicate the confidence that whether they are using out of plans are really, they are really accurate and reliable.
These are some of the best practices we do to ensure reproducibility of our results and safety of our technologists and customers.
We'll now take 2 questions for her and then any member from the department. 2 questions, please. Okay. Since we don't have any question for Bacteriology, can we give her a clap? So, the judges will announce the best winner for the best practices in the department. So, at this juncture, over to you, judges.
Welcome to the Epidemiology Department. Come with me to the clinical trials unit.
Can you do this what we fill out no food?
Hey, what did you do?
Just come on, what's up there?
It took us 5 whole years to move from the 0-star lab to a 3-star lab. This would have been tried if incidents like this.
3 stars.
How did you do it?
Remember when we started? Yes. Our department was renowned because of our contribution to the field of virology, earning us the respect and admiration of our peers. But we still lack proper processes and controls. Non-conformities were a common occurrence. So, our organization and personnel management needed development.
But we never settled for mediocrity. We addressed those non-conformities heads on. Eventually, we were able to move from a 0-star laboratory to a 3-star laboratory.
I'm curious, how do you manage to achieve this great?
We have to conduct thorough audits of our existing systems and identify areas for improvement. In 2019, West African Health Organization conducted a baseline audit using the SLITA checklist, assigning laboratories a star level based on their performance in 12 quality system essentials. The department received a 0-star rating after the baseline assessment, despite management's effort to address highlighted non-conformities. The laboratory management implemented a quality improvement plan, overseeing document development, people management, process control, internal audit, external evaluation, equipment management, with progress reports provided during quality meetings.
We realized that effective organization and personnel management were crucial for success. We invested in training programs, ensuring that everyone had the necessary skills and knowledge to excel in their roles.
Really? That's incredible.
Yes, it's been a lot of hard work.
And it was very rewarding when we moved from 1 to 3 stars. We achieved these 3 stars when almost 70% of the non-conformances identified in the last audit were addressed.
I can't believe I got to be part of this incredible team. I mean, even in football, viral spikes are supreme.
So what's next for us? The 3-star rating implies that the department has made a notable improvement. Hence, we are ready for international accreditation.
The journey doesn't end here. We will continue to address non-conformities, maintain strong process controls, evaluate and audit our systems, manage our organization and personnel effectively, and ensure proper document management. This will help us stay at the top and even make greater strides as we release accurate, timely, and reliable results.
Think research, think quality, think involvement. We are Virology.
The Bacteriology Department, inspired by the head of department, Professor Anthony Abrordi, the quality manager, Dr. Akwa Asante-Poku, and the entire members of the DQMT, has embarked on a journey of applying the 5S Kaizen principles to improve safety and specimen management in the laboratories and storage spaces towards reducing NCEs. The 5S principle has been implemented to create an organized, efficient, and visually appealing workspace. With the participation of staff, they started by removing unnecessary items and arranging necessary items in an orderly manner while maintaining cleanliness and applying visual cues to enhance workflow. The implementation of the 5S principles has seen the laboratories and storage areas changed from messy areas to super clean and well-organized areas. They are currently working to ensure that the first 4S are part of their routine work. They have taken several steps in the 5S activities, such as designating cabinets for only documents, which were labeled for easy accessibility and replacement, demarcating equipment placements to minimize accidents, demarcating sample receipt areas and clean areas to minimize cross-contamination, demarcating hand and emergency eye wash areas. The head of department, assisted by the quality coordinators, has championed this journey and has been involved in every aspect from sorting, to setting, to shining to implementing quality standards. The department is convinced that this will be sustained and all its members are in full support. It is not surprising that the department came up as the first runner-up in the Maybe 5S implementation in the entire institute. Expired reagents were separated, boxed, and labeled as expired, freeing up more storage space for reagents and specimens. Inventories were created in each storage cabinet, enabling easy tracking of reagents and consumables for more efficient use of time and increased productivity. The media room and store 3, which hitherto had been flagged as having major NCEs resulting from all internal and external audits, are both now enviable rooms worth visiting. You scarcely find boxes scattered around and now only find neatly arranged cabinets and storage spaces. Their store 6, just like many other storage and laboratory spaces that have been battling mold infestation, has now been cleared of any speck of mold after implementing the 5S Kaizen principles. Overall, the Bacteriology Department's 5S journey has been a success, resulting in a safer, more efficient, and productive workspace for all staff. Their dedication and commitment to excellence in their workplace is truly inspiring and worth emulating.
Welcome to the Epidemiology Department. Come with me to the Clinical Trials Unit, which houses the Safety Lab. We are going to take you through our hematology process, where we ensure that we adhere to best practices.
Welcome to the Clinical Safety Lab. My name is Frederick, and I will...
For sample collection, the patient's name is confirmed in comparison with the request form. The procedure is explained to the patient. With appropriate techniques and precautions, the sample is taken into the right tubes and labeled. All sharps are disposed of, and infectious and non-infectious waste are disposed into the prescribed bins. The sample is then transported to the lab for analysis. Samples are received and processed at the lab, by the criteria for sample receipt or rejection spelled out in the sample collection, handling and storage SOP to accept or reject samples. Accepted samples are cross-checked by the receiving technologist with their accompanying lab request form to ensure they conform or tally, and then the request information is logged into the sample receipt book. Samples are segregated into whole blood and serum samples. Sample storage. All whole blood samples are stored at a temperature of 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. Serum samples are stored at -20 degrees Celsius. Temperatures are monitored twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. Sample disposal. All biological samples or infectious substances are autoclaved before disposal. Proficiency testing. The Clinical Safety Lab is enrolled with the College of American Pathologists for its quality assessment program. Annually, samples are received from this institution to assess or evaluate the laboratory performance and efficiency with respect to accuracy and reliability of our results or data.
This clinical safety lab is enrolled with the College of American Pathologists that are so the same samples 3 times in a year. So we analyze and extend the result of academic assets to see how the lab is performing and the efficiency of the lab. That also gives us the confidence that what we are doing now for clients are really good. They are really accurate and reliable results.
These are some of the best practices we do to ensure reproducibility of our results and safety of our technologists and customers.
You bro, can you believe this what you fill out the non-conformity?
Hey, what did you do?
Bro, I went to Virology lab, want to pick a mark, just a mark. Just? Oh bro, come on, it wasn't up there.
It took us 5 whole years to move from a 0-star lab to a 3-star lab. This would have been shorter if incidents like this were avoided.
3 stars? How did you do it?
Remember when we started?
Yes.
Although our department was renowned because of our contribution to the field of virology, earning us the respect and admiration from our peers. But we still lack proper processes and controls. Non-conformities were a common occurrence. So, our organization and personnel management needed development.
But we never settled for mediocrity. We addressed those non-conformities head on. Eventually, we were able to move from a 0-star laboratory to a 3-star laboratory.
I'm curious, how do you manage to achieve this great feat?
We had to conduct thorough audits of our existing systems and identify areas for improvement. In 2019, West African Health Organization conducted a baseline audit using the Slater checklist, assigning laboratories a star level based on their performance in 12 quality system essentials. The department received a 0-star rating after the baseline assessment, despite management's effort to address highlighted non-conformities. The laboratory management implemented a quality improvement plan, overseeing document development, people management, process control, internal audit, external evaluation, equipment management, with progress reports provided during quality team meetings.
We realized that effective organization and personnel management were crucial for success. We invested in training programs, ensuring that everyone had the necessary skills and knowledge to excel in their roles.
Really? That's incredible.
Yes, it's been a lot of hard work. And it was very rewarding when we went from 1 to 3 stars. We achieved these 3 stars when almost 70% of the non-conformities identified in the last audit were addressed.
I can't believe I got to be part of this incredible team. I mean, even in football, virus fights are supreme.
So what's next for us?
The 3-star rating implies that the department has made a notable improvement. Hence, we are ready for international accreditation.
The journey doesn't end here. We will continue to address non-conformities, maintain strong process controls, evaluate and audit our systems, manage our organization and personnel effectively, and ensure proper document management. This will help us stay at the top and even make greater strides as we release accurate, timely, and reliable results.
Think research, think quality, think involvement. We are Virology.
The Bacteriology Department, inspired by the head of department, Professor Anthony Ablordi, the quality manager, Dr. Abua Asanti-Poku, and the entire members of the DQMT, has embarked on a journey of applying the 5S Kaizen principles to improve safety and specimen management in the laboratories and storage spaces towards reducing NCEs. The 5S principle has been implemented to create an organized, efficient, and visually appealing workspace. With the participation of staff, they started by removing unnecessary items and arranging necessary items in an orderly manner while maintaining cleanliness and applying visual cues to enhance workflow. The implementation of the 5S principles has seen the laboratories and storage areas changed from messy areas to super clean and well-organized areas. They are currently working to ensure that the first 4S are part of their routine work. They have taken several steps in the 5S activities, such as designating cabinets for only documents, which were labeled for easy accessibility and replacement, demarcating equipment placements to minimize accidents, demarcating sample receipt areas and clean areas to minimize cross-contamination, demarcating hand and emergency eye wash areas. The head of department, assisted by the quality coordinators, has championed this journey and has been involved in every aspect from sorting, to setting, to shining to implementing quality standards. The department is convinced that this will be sustained and all its members are in full support. It is not surprising that the department came up as the first runner-up in the maiden 5S implementation in the entire institute. Expired reagents were separated, boxed, and labeled as expired, freeing up more storage space for reagents and specimens. Inventories were created in each storage cabinet, enabling easy tracking of reagents and consumables for more efficient use of time and increased productivity. The media room and store 3, which hitherto had been flagged as having major NCEs resulting from all internal and external audits, are both now enviable rooms worth visiting. You scarcely find boxes scattered around and now only find neatly arranged cabinets and storage spaces.
All too soon, we are ready to hear the results. Yes. So, to do this for us, Flight Lieutenant Murati will come and announce the result. Can we welcome him?
Anyway, good morning once again. Noguchi is always my second home. Yes. I can see Prof. Bonnie trying to, anyway, but Prof, I'm in my second home. Thank you so much. Okay. So all too soon, we have been able to collate all the results for our presentations and the face of quality for Noguchi. Before we announce the results, we would want to make a few comments. I think on average, all the departments were actually aligned with the objectives of the institution in terms of your quality management. And also all the departments certainly had an impact on Noguchi as an institution. So that is very commendable. But permit me to stress that bacteriology especially. Now, the greatest asset of any institution is its human resource. And bacteriology was able to demonstrate the involvement of their human resource in their quality management system journey. And that is very, very commendable. Also, we realized that your documents and record control You've made so much effort in that regard, and that is also very commendable. This goes generally to the institution. Then also, especially for bacteriology, the involvement of the HODs. Usually what we see in some departments is usually have the middle-level staff or low-level staff getting involved, with the HODs probably getting involved in other stuff. But bacteriology really demonstrated that the HOD was so much involved in their processes. And for us, that is a win. That is a win for Noguchi as an institution, and also a win for Africa, because once we promote quality in our laboratories, we are very, very certain that we're going to produce results that are accurate, reproducible, timely, time-bound, okay, and quality results. So on this note, permit me to say that after all the presentation and our review, bacteriology came first. Followed by virology. Prof, I'm with you. Yes. Then the third being epidemiology. Okay. So we wouldn't mention the scores unless, of course, you ask. But let me say we all scored A. We are all within the A region, but if you want specifics, I think we'll give that out. So I think let's give ourselves a round of applause. Everybody stands so well. And once again, let me commend Noguchi as an institution for having time dedicated for quality. Quality is very, very essential in ensuring that the laboratories perform the way they're supposed to perform. Thank you so much. And this is a win to Noguchi and also a win to Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant Muruti. And congratulations to bacteriology. But there is one thing he mentioned. All the departments scored A. And we all saw it coming because they were all exhibiting good practices. Yes. So last on our item is we take the closing remarks from the Institute Administrator.
Okay, thank you so much. So one thing for us to take note of is that everybody is a winner here. And I guess these were open for online participation.
For every department.
Yes.
And these were the only departments that actually submitted. So all three are winners among 9. Because for all 9 departments,
yes.
these were the only ones who
Okay, so that's a message that goes to everybody. It was open for everybody, and we had 3. Certainly, we can't have everybody at the apex, but let me say it's a win for everybody. Thank you so much.
I'm sure we've all been happy to be here. Even though I'm not here to say a vote of thanks, I wish to thank all of you for being present here, especially the director and the other management HODs that we have among us. We are very grateful. I have enjoyed it very well, and I must say that all the 3 departments did very well. And I'll use this opportunity to appeal to the other departments that next time when we call for participation, let us all take part and provide as we go together, like we have in our team. If we don't go together, we shall not get to our destination together. Until we move together, we will never get to our destination together. But our wish is that we are moving to the same destination together. So the other departments, please, next year, let's see your involvement, especially in this part of the program. It has been a very good program. Participation, we were thinking was not going to be best, but I can see that at least we'll be able to have about 80% of the room full, which is an achievement. I hope the subsequent programs, we shall all be here to make sure we have a successful week as we move together into our quality management systems. With that, I call on Angie to come and give you a vote of thanks and then an announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahunu. So we thank everyone for coming. Without you, there wouldn't have been a quality week. Top management, we say thank you. Our judges, we know it was very difficult bringing out the results. Thank you very much. This shows that Noguchi is full of best practices. We thank everyone for coming. Let's take these few announcements. So this afternoon at 2 p.m., we are going to resume our quiz session. And to do this, we have the clinical pathology, bacteriology, parasitology, and nutrition. It's going to be another exciting one, I promise you. So we are all expecting to converge here at 2 p.m. And then tomorrow in the morning, we are going to have a mental health awareness program. It's going to be very educative. Please don't be left out. Join us. And then we'll showcase a flyer on the mental health awareness, just as a teaser to see what is coming tomorrow. So please, we'll take a few moments and show this.
We want to encourage you to be here tomorrow and on time. Mental health is very important. I think that these days we are under a lot of stress, unlike maybe in the past. There's a lot of stresses on our life, and it's exacerbated by social media, etc., etc. In my time, it was very rare to hear that young people were committing suicide, but these days you hear of university students committing suicide. And so we are all very stressed about one thing or the other. If you're not stressed about work, you're probably stressed about marriage and relationships. Those who are not married are looking for marriage partners. Those who are married are stressed by their partners. Work, you want to go to school, you have children, etc., etc. And so, as researchers, it's important that, our mental health is strong and our mental health is stable. I think the statistics show that for every 4 people, at least one person has a mental health challenge. And so, if you are sitting for, just look at who may be there. Who may be that person? Well, you are looking around, it is you. So I'm asking that tomorrow it is to be in the morning. Oh, the usual time, isn't it? 9 o'clock. So please, we would want that quality being quality. Today, you didn't show it to my people. 8:45, we are seated. Yesterday, we did it. It was fantastic. 9 o'clock, dead. We started our quiz. Today, so I'm begging you, tomorrow, 8:45, this place should be filled, and we start exactly at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
No, please, we are watching the flyer. That's all. Okay, all right. Thank you very much for coming. We've ended the session. So we say that the take home from Dr. Bangui, he says that Quality Week is going to go big. It's going to be on the entire continent. And then we are happy that Noguchi is going to be the originator of Quality Week in Africa. So we say that think research, think quality, think involvement, think Africa. Thank you.
Professor Kenji Honda.
Kenji Honda.
Yo, bro, can you believe this word made me fill out enough of it?
Hey, what did you do?
Bro, I went to the lab 1 to
Hello?
Hello. 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 Okay. Good afternoon. And you are welcome to the third quiz of our Quality Week. Oh, thank you very much. Please, we would like this place to be really coordinated, because if you make noise and then your contestants' answers are not heard, what the quiz master or the quiz mistress will hear is what she will work with. And please, she will read out the rules. Please listen to the rules very, very carefully, because we wouldn't want any other controversies during the week. Yesterday, we had a little bit of an issue. Hence, we brought a chart. So, for all those who are calculating their marks as we go on, you can cross-check with what we also have here to see. If you have any issues at all, it will be said during the rules that you speak to the IQM about it. So please, let's really be coordinated here so that we can move very, very fast with this quiz. Can I have the contestant? Please. Mepacho. Sanko Payenchi. Mepacho Maminkachi. Mepacho Mekachi. Pacho mo ujina quiz in and Pacho mo betina se mame why. Yeah, yeah. Settle down. Kindly settle down. Thank you very much. Please, we will have them introduce themselves to us.
Is it working now? So I can speak. If you have to press it. Okay. So whenever I'm about to answer a question, do I have to press it?
Yeah, just make sure the light is on.
Okay. Hello. Hello. My name is Sakiti Derek, but everybody's calling me Professor Kenji Honda. So I'm from Bacteriology.
Hello everyone, I'm Selma Sally. Hello everyone, I'm Selma Sally from the Bacteriology department.
I'm Elueke Ernest from Bacteriology. I'm Osei Bonsu Charles from Bacteriology.
Janet Abnampo for clinical pathology.
I'm Mamiesi Ano Apafli from clinical pathology.
Raymond Tete Military Nutrition.
all welcome to this afternoon's contest. We would like to wish all the departments contesting today the very best. Can we have some silence, please? Can we have some silence? Am I audible? I'm not. Is this better? Yes. Okay. All right. So we'll go with this. And please help me so that we can have a wonderful contest. All right. I am Dr. Shantala Bemabiese, and I'll be your quiz mistress for this afternoon. I will be helped by Miss Nancy Maud Apia from the Virology department. Our honorable timekeeper here today is Miss Albright Esuman. And we have Miss Georgina Ifa-Samoa here helping us coordinate things at the high table here. So all the very best. Before we start, I would like to read the rules for the contest. For the general rules, professional conduct. Participants are expected to maintain a professional demeanor and show respect towards fellow contestants, organizers, and audience. Feedback and suggestions. All complaints during the conduct of the quiz must be done constructively and with decorum through the institutional quality manager for redress. Now to the rules of the contest. Yes, Dr. Susan Edwamankwa is right here, so if you have any issues, please channel your concerns to her, okay? And then to the rules of the contest. Number 1, there will be 4 rounds of competition. Round 1 would consist of the general round. Round 2 will be the speed round. Round 3 will be the true or false session. And then round 4 will be the riddle session. We'll begin with round 1. And I'll read the rules of the round. Each department will have 2 attempts only for a major question within an allowable time of 30 seconds. A bonus question will move in the clockwise direction for 1 attempt within 10 seconds for a bonus point of 1. I hope we all know what the clockwise direction here is. Okay, all right. So we'll start with Parasitology department. Can we have some silence, please? Can we have some silence? Can we have some silence, please? So that our contestants can hear the question and then we can have a very smooth contest. Parasitology department. What is the current vision of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research?
So to be a global leading medical research center.
Correct for 3 points. Bacteriology department, your main question. The Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research has 3 core mandates. Mention any one of them.
Research into communicable and non-communicable diseases.
Correct for 3 points. Okay. Okay. Now to clinical pathology department, your main question. The highest decision-making entity of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research is?
The Institute Director.
Try again.
Top management. Management committee.
Wrong. I'll pass the question to the nutrition department for a bonus point of 1.
Please, the director, the institute director, the institute administrator, the institute senior accountant.
No. Parasitology department for a bonus point. Bacteriology department for.
So the top management is made up of the institutional director, HODs, the institutional administrator, QMS coordinators, and the institutional administrator.
Wrong. The answer I'm looking for is institutional management committee. Can we have some silence? Can we have some silence? Can we have some silence? Kempath, Dr. Kumi, please take your seat. The answer I was looking for is Institutional Management Committee, IMC. So without the I, it is not correct. Thank you. We'll move to the next question. Nutrition department, your main question. What is the mission of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research?
To improve the health and well-being of Ghanaians and mankind through focused and relevant quality biomedical research, human resource development, and to support national health activities.
Correct for 3 points. We'll move to the next set of questions for this round. So I have a preamble. And here's the preamble. For the given year provided, mention who was the director of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research. Parasitology, your main question. 1st June 2017 to 31st July 2021.
Professor Abraham Annan.
Correct for 3 points. Bacteriology department, your main question. Same preamble applies. 1st August 2012 to 31st July 2017.
Professor Kojo Ansa Kuram.
Correct for 3 points. Clinical pathology. 1st August 1984 to 31st October 1986.
Dr. Francis Chapman Grant.
Correct for 3 points. Now to nutrition department. 1st October 1989 to 30th November 1998.
Professor Francis Nkrumah.
Correct for 3 points. Now to the third set of questions. Parasitology, your main question. In accordance with documented institutional procedure, how should the identity of the recipient of a test report be verified when delivering paper copy reports? Bacteriology for a bonus.
So the one receiving it should fill the receiver form containing the ID, time, date, and also also the person receiving the person submitting the form should also fill that same form.
For a bonus, I would not take that. I'll move to clinical path for a bonus point of 1.
So the person should fill a sample receipt form with sample ID, full name, date, and time the sample was collected.
All right, I'll give you the bonus point.
Are we not supposed to move in the clockwise direction for the bonus?
Now to bacteriology department. Bacteriology, your main question for 3 points. The ISO 15189-2022 is a reference to an international standard document. What is the name of the document?
The guidelines or requirements for quality and competence.
Correct for 3 points. Clinical pathology, your main question. There are 3 main output items for every training activity. Mention any one.
Competency assessment.
Try again.
The type of training.
No.
A training certificate.
You only have 2 attempts. So we'll move to nutrition for a bonus point of 1. No idea. Parasitology department, no idea. Bacteriology.
Certificate.
No, for a bonus, no. Thank you. The answers I have here are attendance sheet, training evaluation, and training report. Okay. Nutrition. All right. Nutrition department, your main question. The Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research has 3 main areas in evaluating the effectiveness of its audit program. Mention any one.
The
Bacteriology, no, that's parasitology for a bonus point. Bacteriology.
Auditors.
Sorry?
Auditors.
Correct for 1 point. Okay. So to the 4th set of questions for this round. Parasitology, your main question. Both internal and external documents in Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research have unique reference codes. How are references for external documents assigned?
So depending on the type of documents, if they are managerial documents, you have the MGT representing the managerial, you have your sequence code, you have your number, that's
Nope.
your revised number, and then your reviewed number.
Wrong.
So,
Bacteriology for a bonus point
since
of
it's
one.
and it's an external document, you start with the first three letters, EXT, then the document number and the document version.
Try again.
So,
It's a bonus question.
it's a bonus.
Oh, it's a bonus. Oh, sorry. So, no.
My facial expression.
Clinical pathology for a bonus point.
For an external document, you begin with the abbreviations EXT, followed by the first three letters of the department, and then the version number.
For a bonus, I will not take that. Nutrition department.
So since it's an external document, it starts with EXT, capital E, EXT, with the document number and the number of times it has been revised.
Nope. So the correct answer is this. Capital EXT, first three digits of the department name, and a 3-digit number. We move to bacteriology for your main question. What is the main difference between quality control and quality assurance?
So quality control has to do with the detection of defects in products, whereas quality assurance has to do with the process that results in the production of products and then also helping the process itself and then the service as well.
Correct for 3 points. Clinical path, your main question. Can we have some quiet? Can we have some quiet, please? Those at the back, please, can we have some quiet? Clinical pathology, your main question. Arrange the following in decreasing order of hierarchy. Policy, process, procedures, form.
So there's policy, there's process, there's procedure, and there's form.
Correct for 3 points. Okay. Nutrition, your main question. Mention any 2 ways by which competency of personnel can be assessed.
Through competency examinations or assessments and through competency training.
Try again.
Through observation and through competency examination.
I'll give you 1 out of 3. This brings us to the end of round 1. Okay. So I will give you the answers for the last question. Mention any 2 ways by which competency of personnel can be assessed. I have 7 here. Administration of a written evaluation, observation of procedure, process, or outcome, verification of response to situational problems or calculations, response to oral queries related to a step or procedure, retesting blind QC samples, testing of known samples, and the final one here is testing previously analyzed samples. At the end of round 1, here are the scores. Parasitology department had 6 points. Bacteriology department had 13 points. Clinical path department had 7 points. And nutrition department also had 7 points. Okay. We'll start with round 2. I'll read the rules of this round. Number 1, a question is posed to all, not to any specific department. When you have the answer, sound your buzzer. At this point, we'd like to test the buzzers for all the 4 departments. So we'll start with parasitology. No, this is parasitology department, please. Okay, you clear? You okay? Try again. Okay. Bacteriology department. Clinical path department. Nutrition department. Rule number 2 for this round. Contestants must answer without any delay, that is within 5 seconds, when called to provide a response. Number 3, the responding contestant will have attempts. A correct answer attracts a score of 3 marks, while a wrong answer, a negative score of -1. Failure to provide a response will also attract a negative score of 1. The final rule for this round, the question will be transferred to the next fastest contestant to have sounded a buzzer for a response under the same conditions as the first respondent. Are we ready? Ready? All right. Okay. Scorekeeper just asked me to ask you all to click on your buzzers at the same time, and let's see if there will be any hitches or not. So, please. 1, 2, go. Okay. All right. Who is first? Okay. So parasitology, clinical, bacteriology, and nutrition. Okay. All right. Okay. Can we have some quiet? The round begins. I have a preamble. Provide the full meaning of the following. HEPA.
HEPA, high efficiency particulate air.
Correct for 3 points. Please wait till you are mentioned to answer before you give your answer to avoid any confusion, okay? 3 points. Thank you. The next acronym, MSDS. Parasitology department.
Material safety and data sheet.
Correct for 3 points. The SOP that guides how to write SOPs is called Bacteriology department.
SOP on SOPs.
Correct for 3 points. A set of planned actions to provide confidence. Nutrition department.
Quality management system.
Nope. I'll continue to the end. So you are out for now. Okay. So -1. Okay. A set of planned actions to provide confidence that processes other than testing that.
Please, it will still work. Yeah. We want to see who falls.
Clinical pathology.
Quality assurance.
Correct for 3 points. The primary benefit of implementing a quality management system is parasitology department.
For customer satisfaction. To improve customer satisfaction.
3 points. The two main types of SOPs written in the institute are bacteriology.
Managerial SOPs and technical SOPs.
I'll give that to you. I was looking for management SOPs. Okay, all right. The document that uses shapes and diagrams to represent how things. Bacteriology department.
Process document.
Parasitology department.
Flowchart.
Yeah. I'll complete the question. The document that uses shapes and diagrams to represent how things happen in the institute is called Nutrition department.
Process flowchart.
No. I consult. All right. Since none of you, clinical part, no. Okay. So I was looking for process map. Process map. Process map. Okay. All right. The Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research has a documented procedure which directs how to anticipate what could go wrong. The name of this procedure is bacteriology.
SOP on risk management.
I'll give it to you. 3 points. So that's the risk management SOP. Okay. Next question. Following an internal audit, within what time duration is the corrective action plan? Bacteriology department.
Within 2 days.
Is that all?
Within 2 days. Within 2 days, it should be the corrective action plan should be drawn. Within 2 days, the corrective.
2 days?
Yes.
No. Nutrition.
Within 5 working days.
No. So I'll complete the question. Following an internal audit, within what time duration is the corrective action plan to be submitted to the auditor for review? No. All right, the correct answer is 2 weeks after the audit. Okay. We move to the next question. The ISO 9001:2015 is a reference document to bacteriology.
The ISO 9001:2015 is an ISO document for requirement and quality management system.
I'll give that to you. This brings us to the end of round 2.
Minus points. The bonus is get minus points.
Hello? 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 It's getting tougher and tougher. But at the end of round 2, here are the scores. Parasitology department had 5 points. Bacteriology department had 13 points. Clinical pathology had 3 points. And nutrition had minus 3 points. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we have some silence? Now to the third round. This is a true or false round. I'll read the rules for this round. A statement would be presented to each contesting department for which you would be required to say if the statement is true or false. A correct response is worth 3 points. An incorrect response will attract a penalty point of -1. Questions are non-transferable. Okay, so there's a correction here. A correct response is worth 2 points. Okay. I was just told you have 20 seconds to give a correct response. We start with Parasitology department. Your main question. Oh, it's not transferable, so it's your question. A QMS is only concerned with product quality and not the quality of processes.
False.
Correct for 2 points. Bacteriology. No competency assessment is necessary so long as a staff is not involved in testing activities.
False.
Wrong. Hello? Can we have some silence? So from the high table here, if we hear that somebody whispers an answer, we will disqualify your department. So please, let's be quiet. Please, let's be quiet. All right. Clinical pathology, your question. Any staff of the institute can initiate the revision or development of a new document. True or false? True. Correct for 2 points. Nutrition department. Only the SOP administrator is authorized to assign document numbers. True or false?
True.
Sorry, the answer is false. It says here that the DQMT assign for technical documents. So, okay, all right. Second set of questions. Parasitology. Where necessary, a correction fluid can be used to erase a writing error. True or false?
False.
Correct for 2 points. Bacteriology department. Confidentiality is only a priority for external audits.
False.
Correct for 2 points. Clinical pathology. Following an internal audit, the auditor is required to submit part of the NCs raised at the closing meeting and the remaining when submitting the final audit report to the audience.
False.
Correct. Nutrition department. In the management of risks and opportunities within a quality management system, a risk can be taken to explore an opportunity. True or false?
True.
Correct for 2 points. Parasitology, your question. Information and appropriate equipment are the only factors to consider when planning for biosafety.
True.
Sorry, the answer is false. You need to also consider technique, skills, and knowledge. Okay. Bacteriology. Bacteriology. The choice of laboratory spill management procedure is dependent on the type of spill. True or false?
It's true.
Correct for 2 points. Clinical pathology. In the hierarchy of controls, the use of personal protective equipment is the most important control measure considered. False. Correct for 2 points. Nutrition department. In disinfection, all pathogens, including spores, are killed. True or false?
False.
Correct for 2 points. This brings us to the end of round 3. Hello? All right. So at the end of round 3, here are the scores. Parasitology department had 3 points. Bacteriology department had 3 points. Clinical pathology department had 6 points. And nutrition department also had 3 points. Can we have some silence? Can we have some silence? I just noticed that there's a new face up here for the parasitology department. So for the records, I'll give you the opportunity to introduce yourself. Your name? And,
I'm Darlington Boache Champo.
All right. So we'll start with round 4. Can we have some silence, please? Okay. Round 4. Round 4, as we all know, is the riddles round. I'll read the rules for this round, and then we'll proceed. Rule number 1, a question is posed to all, not to any specific department. When you have the answer, sound the buzzer. We will test our buzzers again to be sure that everything is working before we proceed. Parasitology department, please try. Okay. Bacteriology. Clinical pathology. Okay. Nutrition. Okay. Can we have all of you press your buzzer at once? A count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. So I'll continue with the rules for this round. Rule number 2, contestants must answer without any delay. That's just for 5 seconds when called to provide a response. When a correct answer is given on the first clue, you get 5 marks. The second clue, you get 4 marks. On the third and any other number of clues, you get 3 points. The question will be transferred to the next fastest contestant to have sounded a buzzer for a response under the same conditions as the first respondent. Are we ready? All right. Our first riddle. We are often together. Considering our identities, it is easy to mistake either for the other. Be it Parasitology department.
Biosafety and biosecurity.
Nope. Can we have some silence, please? The second clue. Be it method or equipment, we have a role to play. Clinical pathology.
Equipment validation and verification.
Correct. So that's the correct answer on the second clue. You have 4 points. Can we have some silence? Can we have some silence? Riddle number 2. Like a report card or test report, I offer very useful information which may save a life. The second clue. While some resort to me when the harm is already done. Nutrition.
Risk assessment.
Nope. I'll continue with the clues. While some resort to me when the harm is already done, I am almost helpful when I am resorted to before any potential harm. Whether acid, base, or salt, I know all about them. Bacteriology department.
Material safety data sheet.
Correct. And that is for 3 points. That's for 3 points. The third riddle. Can we have some silence? The third riddle. I will forever be mentioned in the historical bacteriology.
Dr. Hideo Noguchi.
Wrong. So, yeah. I'll continue with the clues. Bacteriology, you're out for now. I will forever be mentioned in the historical books of the Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research as one of the first. You may put your patients to a wild test to explore my field of research. To the third clue. In a country, I would be the head of state, even though I would not be there by a general election. The fourth clue. The fourth and final clue. Did I say I am the first? Don't end there just yet. There is more yet to be reported. Parasitology department.
Professor Cornelius O. Kwakupomi.
No. No. You're out. No? Anybody from the audience? Oh. Okay, Alex, clinical pathology has pressed their buzzer, so we'll listen to them. Clinical path, your answer.
Professor Kenji Honda.
Sorry?
Professor Kenji Honda.
No. Any answer? Anybody from the audience with a correct answer? Dr. Susan, the gentleman right there. That's the correct answer. So the correct answer is Professor Dorothy Ebuamenu. All right, we move to the next riddle. Can we have some silence, please? Can we have some silence? The gentleman in the black and thank you. All right, the next riddle. The first clue. If you want to roll with the high and mighty, then I am the guy. I'm your guy. Okay. The second clue. I am applicable at national, regional, or specialized situations. I am an official recognition by an authority of competence. Bacteriology department.
ISO 15189 2022.
Nope. Clinical pathology. Clinical pathology, your answer, please.
Accreditation.
Correct. So you got it on the third clue, so 3 points. I think that's all. So this brings us to the end of round 4. So we have the scores for round 4. At the end of round 4, Parasitology department had 0 points. Bacteriology department had 3 points. Clinical pathology had 7 points. And nutrition had 0 points. Now to our total scores. Nutrition at the end of the contest had 7 points. Parasitology department at the end of the contest had 14 points. Clinical pathology at the end of the contest had 23 points. And bacteriology department at the end of the contest Can we have some silence? Can we have some silence for the official declaration of the results, please? At the end of the contest, bacteriology department had 32 points. Now, I would say, based on the scores, nutrition department came 4th place. Parasitology department came 3rd place. Clinical pathology, 3rd place. And 2nd place. And bacteriology department, 1st place. Congratulations, bacteriology department, for winning this contest, and congratulations to the other departments. It's been a great contest. We thank you all for coming. And we look forward to an exciting finals on Friday. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. You can do the Jama after, but please listen to me first. So this is a reminder of tomorrow's mental health program. Okay? So I'm urging all of you to be here tomorrow and be here early tomorrow. Tomorrow is also the finals for the quiz. So tomorrow we expect you here with vim, vigor, but a lot of decorum. Okay, so we are begging you, the morning program, be here at 8:45. As you did in the afternoon program, we saw that when you were here, we started exactly at 2. So tomorrow, be here, we'll start exactly at 9. Thank you very much.
When we come, oh yeah. Quality made it, research in the beat. Quality we 2025 thing, quality thing. Research, we all involved with the jam, oh, with the jam. Oh yeah, move to the left, move to the right. We light up the vibe with the jam. Come make me dance, oh. Quality beat, we lose control like better with the sky.